They're off and running. Good start for Dynamite Karma. Broke a little bit outward, but goes out for the front end. Coach Bahi is up the inside in second. Barfly backs off the pace a little bit in third. Anointed Spirits in fourth. Bottomless Refills outside of him in fifth. And Fort Charles skims the inside at the back of the pack. The pace is controlled as they go around that first turn. It's the gray. Dynamite Karma is calling the shots in the front end. Has a lead by about 2.5 lengths. Coach Bahi is off the inside a little bit in second. Fort Charles up the inside from last up into third. Then a half length to Barfly in fourth. Anointed Spirit is in second last in position about 5 lengths off the lead. And Bottomless Refills outside of him at the back as they race up the backstretch. And it's Dynamite Karma gets an early challenge from Fort Charles. And Fort Charles last early on now has the lead as they go to the half-mile pole. Dynamite Karma rates in second as it's Coach Bahi scrubbed to punt for more speed in third. Anointed Spirit up the inside fourth, and then it's Barfly to the outside of Bottomless Refill. Those two about 7.5 lengths off the lead. They're on the far turn. Fort Charles made that early move for the front end. Has 2.5 furlongs to go. Has the lead by a half length. Dynamite Karma, the 3 to 5 favorite, presses to the outside in second. Anointed Spirit tracks in third. 5 lengths off the lead as Fort Charles drifts out to about the 9 path, taking Dynamite Karma even further out. Anointed Spirit saved all the ground up the inside in third. Then it's Coach Bahi in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Dynamite Karma gets the better of Fort Charles. Anointed Spirit's up the inside in third. In deep stretch, it's Dynamite Karma. Dynamite Karma wins the opener at Finger Lakes. Fort Charles holds second. Anointed Spirit third. Coach Bahi fourth. 3:40 to win. Race number 2 from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Trivia. Trivia zips out for the front end. Coffee Futures up the inside second. Wabanzi splitting rivals from about fifth up into second, a half length off the lead. Fidalia's 4 wide in fourth. Then in fifth, Tracy's Girl is about 2 lengths in front of Wine Trail, who's at the back of the pack. It's Trivia with less than a half mile to go. It clears off by 2. Wabanzi is niggled upon to keep up. Here's Fidalia on the outside from fourth up into a joint second. Coffee Futures at the fence. Wabanzi fights on in between horses. That cluster of 3, 2 lengths behind Trivia. Then in second last, Tracy's Girl, about 7.5 lengths off the lead, and a neck back to Wine Trail, who trails the field. And as this field arrives at the top of the stretch, you got to catch Trivia. Trivia comes off the turn, leading by 5 lengths. Coffee Futures on the outside is in second. Wine Trail progressing up the inside in third with a chance to maybe get into the exacta, but with the 16th to go, it's Trivia. Trivia had all the answers today. Trivia is going to win this race by about 6.5, 7. Wine Trail gets second over Coffee Futures, and Tracy's Girl fourth. Trivia picks up career win number 10, New York bred, 7-year-old Bay Mare. And they're off. One broke horribly. Interchanger about 6 lengths behind the second to last horse. It's Bobby the Tank who's forwardly placed. Banco Medici up the inside in second. With No Name, mid-flight in third to the outside of Indy Cowboy, who's improving up into third. 3 lengths back to Take the Edge, who's about 8 lengths in front of Interchanger, who trails the field. Bobby the Tank with the advantage on Banco Medici as they make the entry into the turn. A length and a half further to Indy Cowboy, who is in those white blinkers, improving in third. 2 lengths to With No Name. It's about 6 lengths in front of Take the Edge, and still way back to Interchanger, who trails the field. A quarter of a mile left to travel, and it's Bobby the Tank who's in charge. Bobby the Tank turns into the stretch, has a lead by, let's call it 7 lengths. Indy Cowboys on the outside in second. Banco Medici is fully extended, and then it's With No Name, who's up into third, but many lengths behind the leader, and that leader is Bobby the Tank. Bobby the Tank's running up the score. Bobby the Tank's going to win this race by a comfortable distance. Indy Cowboy will be second, With No Name third, and Interchanger fourth. Double, $7.70, exacta $9.60, 50-cent try, $11.10, dime super, $2.52. Onward to race 4. Couple jockeys. And they're off. A little bit of hop in the air at the start for Z-Bear, who's last, and then Mr. JT had the check and is in the ninth and trailing position. It's Father Walsh who's sending out for the front end. Courageous Olaz in second. Almendro in a tight spot towards the inside third. Looking super. Tracks in fourth. And Skyway Trust 4 wide fifth. And a couple lengths back. Noble Journey towards the inside sixth. Z Bear plays catch up seventh. And then it's Father Gandy eighth and 3 lengths to Mr. JT who's at the tail of the field. Father Walsh clears off by 3. Over Courageous Ola tries to peck away at the margin in second. Almendro in contention in third. Then it's Looking Super fourth and Skyway Trust outside fifth. And then it's the Gray Z-Bear sixth. Noble Journey towards the inside seventh. A length and a half back to Mr. JT and Gandy Dancing. And you're still trying to catch Father Walsh. Father Walsh at 20-1 has a lead by 3 lengths. Courageous Ola is all out, as well as Almendro. In Skyway Trust progressing on the far outside, but time is running out. 16th to go. Father Walsh on top. Almendro lunging at that one late. It's Father Walsh. Father Walsh pulls off the upset. Almendro second. Inside 333.50. Dime Super $445.75. Regular pick 3 if you will. $459, $55. Going up and in. They're all in the gate and they're off. My Kind of Mischief edging out for the front end. Posse Rocks is on the outside with Queen's Cat second and third. Chuck-a-Tuck, Niggle-a-Pun in fourth. Then in fifth, Lady of Mercia, 5.5 lengths off the lead. Cajunette is outside of her in sixth. Then in seventh, Adjustable Rate, followed up by Mission Avenue, one of the firsters. Chaos and Karma got 2 beat, and they are Thrills with No Bills, who's about a length in front of Spa City Zip, who's at the back of the pack. Onto the turn as My Kind of Mischief had the check and lost a few lengths. It's Queen's Cat on top. Posse Rocks in second. My Kind of Mischief drops back in third. Lady of Mercia is outside of her in fourth and 8 lengths off the lead. Adjustable Rate saves all the ground up the inside as they reach the top of the stretch. And Queen's Cat has opened up. Queen's Cat has a lead by about 8 lengths as Posse Rocks cannot keep up. Adjustable Rate up into second. Running on late is Cajunette as they run to the 16th pole. It's Queen's Cat. Queen's Cat is going to run this field off their collective feet. Adjustable Rate second. Thrills with No Bills rallies for third. 3-way photo for fourth. Spot $2. Exacta $796. 50-cent trifecta $4,473.75. Dime superfecta $9,000. And they're off. Looks like a decent start. Then checking out the back there were Grand again and Don Antonio. It's Papa Paulie P, who's barreling out for the front end. Vaunted, flashing early speed in second. Not Today, Governor races in third. Image of Quality kicks on through towards the inside fourth. Passing Good Question in fifth. Makar 3 wide 6. Waffler behind horses in 7, 6.5 lengths off the lead. Then the gray in the blue is about 2 lengths in front of the trailers. Don Antonio and Grand again. They're already on the turn, and it's Papa Paulie P who clears off by a couple lengths. Vaunted in pursuit in second. Not Today, Governor outside in third. Image of Quality towards the inside fourth. Then 4 more lengths. Back to Makars deep on the course. Wafflers towards the inside as they reach the top of the stretch. Papa Paulie P is the target. Has a lead by 2. Image of Quality to the outside has got dead aim on Papa Paulie P. 1 furlong to go. And Papa Paulie P has been caught by Image of Quality as it's Vaunted is on the outside in third. And Not Today Governor further out in fourth. But in deep stretch, it's Image of Quality who wins by 4. Close for second between Papa Paulie P. Not Today. $227.50. 7th race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 5. Invaluable Will. Double shot the last to load up. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Gimme the Money. Edging out for the front end. Sutton Breeze goes with that one. Sigalert right behind the speed in third. 3 lengths off the lead. New York Riesling on the move in fourth. Broken Hearted towards the inside fifth in a space of about 7 lengths to Double Shot, who's content to sit at the tail of the field. Sutton Breeze has made the front end and opens up by a length and a half. Gimme the Money now losing second to Broken Hearted with a middle move up the fence. Sigalert 3 wide in fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A length back to New York Riesling, who's about 6 lengths in front of Double Shot, who trails the field. Less than 3 furlongs to go. Sutton Breeze on top, the leads 2. Broken Hearted in the red blinkers, cutting into the margin in second. Sigalert nudged to punt in third, and then it's Gimme the Money from the back. Double Shot still about 9 lengths off the lead, but is out of last as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Sutton Breeze and Broken Hearted. These two clash for the top spot. Double Shot up the inside, up into third. 4 lengths off the lead, and Double Shot is closing in with each and every stride. Broken Hearted on top. Broken Hearted has that lead over Sutton Breeze. Double Shot trying to negotiate traffic late, but it's Broken Hearted who did enough to win. Think it's Double Shot for second over Sutton Breeze. That's in final. Finger Lakes. Scratch part of an entry, The One Can't Beat Me. Scratch part of an entry, the 2B, Son of Darkness. Also take out the 7 Smooth Tails and number 9 Central on the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Flowing River sent to the offensive by the jockey. Almond Cider is on the outside, flashing early speed in second. Max Foster, Green Cap in third, to the inside of Jacoba in fourth. Then in fifth, that's Bench Walk, who's to the outside of Beach Boy Al. Those two about 6.5 lengths off the lead. A margin of 3 lengths to Trap the Dream is about 3 lengths in front of Raw Courage, who's in the 8th and trailing position. As they get ready to make the entry into the turn, it's Flowing River, who has the lead by a length and a half. Max Foster had to tap on the brakes slightly in second. Almond Cider outside, contending in third. 3 more lengths to Bench Walk, who's a clear-cut fourth. And then in fifth place, Beach Boy Allen, about 10 lengths off of the lead. Jacoba is in third last, 2 lengths to Trap the Dream, and many lengths to Raw Courage, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Flowing River, Max Foster is determined on the outside as Max Foster takes another crack at Flowing River in upper stretch, and these two are clear by 6 lengths over Bench Walk in third, 16th to go. Flowing River digs in along the inside. Max Foster not giving up on the outside. It's Flowing River, Max Foster. Flowing River prevails over Max Foster. Then it was Bench Walk and Trap the Dream. Ticket $30,810 and a meaningless 50 cents. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise as we present with pride our national anthem? Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. A Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes listed as fast. Just over 60 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, scratch number 2, Rebel Empire. Number 2, Rebel Empire is a scratch from the opener. Jockey change at number 3, Pot of Gold, Emmanuel de Diego. Emmanuel de Diego on number 3, Pot of Gold. Race number 2. Number 2, Gabby's Legacy, 1 pound over. Third race, have a scratch of number 7, In Traffic. Number 7, In Traffic, a scratch from the third. Fourth race, scratch number 3, Regenerator. Scratch number 6, Equinamus. Regenerator, Equinamus, 3 and 6, both scratched from the fourth race. Race number 5, there are no changes. Race 6, scratch number 9, Only La Dus. Number 9, Only La Dus, a scratch from race 6. Late work for number 10, Toast to Success. Workout took place at Finger Lakes June 5th, 4 furlongs, 50.10 breezing. Seventh race, no changes. Eighth and final, do have a scratch of number 9, Frontal Vision. Frontal Vision is a scratch from the 8th and final. Want to remind everyone there are free Finger Lakes past performances online for every racing card at fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, then free digital programs to download your complimentary copy today. Got about 58 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Got my money tie on today, ready to make some money. Yesterday, man, we got that rainstorm. Well, of course, that's been a trend this spring. Plenty of rain. Has to be a record for the amount of rain we got for the month of May into June. But it was fine until it was around the middle of the card. It just absolutely poured. Now, the track was quick as it was. It seemed like the inside was really good late. Speed pretty good early before the rain. So take your notes, see how it plays today. But look at it yesterday. I mean, it did produce some long shots. Was it the pick 5? Paid $30,000, courtesy of Michael Sabine in the first leg. Congratulations to him. Linda Dixon also winning a race with a half the Queen's Dancer. So good day to get a couple prices there in the middle of the card, and great finish to it with all the prices at the end. Do you want to mention, of course, I mentioned this stuff yesterday, but if you weren't watching yesterday, I'll mention it again today. I gave an update on Jacqueline Davis, one of our most popular jockeys here, and of course, one of our best jockeys here. She did get released from the hospital on Saturday. Did mention that. She does have some multiple injuries, displaced some fractured ribs. We wish her a very speedy recovery. She will be back, but expect probably an estimated at least 6 weeks. I'm sure she's a little bit sore. But I did want to mention the GoFundMe page. I mentioned yesterday that I believe her sister, Katie Davis, started that. I put a link to it on the Dave Tice Race Preview Show that's on Facebook. and also on my Twitter or X account, whatever they call it now, whatever the Elon Musk thing is. But anyway, you can find that, and it's obviously a good cause, as we do hope for her to have a very speedy recovery. Friday we have our annual HBPA banquet that awards the top performers of last year. They have different categories, including Horse of the Year, and we'll have a Hall of Fame inductee as well. But it is between Sweet Brown Sugar, who is a multiple stakes winner, and Runaway Joke, who just went on a tear, going right through conditions, winning a lot of races. So that'll take place on Friday, and we'll give you an update the following racing day of all the winners of that day. So look at today's card. I mention we have a card again tomorrow, including a great feature race. Kind of talked about this yesterday as well. You have some of the top sprinters on the grounds doing battle, including the return of the very quick Jack and Bernie, who was the top sprinter on the grounds the last couple of years. Okay, let's look at today's card. First race, a 5,000 claimer that goes the distance of 6 furlongs. Scratch what probably would have been a big favorite in here, the 2 Rebel Empire. I'm going to sound like a broken record with this horse, but kind of, I just never liked the tactics. The horse, you remember John DeVille rode the horse, and I'm going back, and I remember the horse was a stakes caliber horse, but Conformist needs the lead. He's a horse that does not like to pass horses, and when he does pass horses and gets that head in front in the stretch, he stops. He's got to have the front, at least be on that front line pressing or being pressed, put away the other speed, and he'll hold off the other ones. You do the opposite, sit right off the speed and try to run. He just doesn't seem to have that kick. It's all, you think of the science of horse racing. The horses get tired if they go too quick on the front end, but some horses, they like to be sent, and they make the other ones chase them down, and they're horses that like to hold on instead of out sprinting another horse to the wire. I always look at it, try to more of an analytical way, but Conformist, if you just look at his paper and just from watching his races, he is a better horse when he's on the front end. And again, they tried to rate him a little bit last time, which is his downfall. And when he did take the lead in the stretch, he got run down. The race before, they sent him to the front end. And a lot of times it just doesn't matter the distance. You notice he's got 5 wins at the distance. So I would expect him to try for the front end in here. That's why I'm taking him on top. If he doesn't, that's why I don't always like taking this horse on top when I'm picking, because I don't know what tactics the connections are going to use. But if he goes to the front end, I like him to win today. And it does look like he should have the front end if he wants it. He's fast enough. He's faster than McDonough. The main threat to me would be Pot of Gold. Pot of Gold actually just won a state bred allowance condition, which you could argue is a tougher race. I mean, the horses he beat, maybe it's not the strongest of state bred allowance, but the condition itself. But it was a 4-horse field, and I guess you could say it was pretty weak. The funny thing about that race was Pot of Gold was by far the longest shot on the board. They were betting all 3 of the other horses. I mean, there was one of them that was out of condition. I think it was Gold Templar. Supreme saw him fit, and the horse that was last, I think, was the favorite. It was surprising. Again, it was a relatively weak state-bred allowance, but again, normally a tougher condition. But if you see that, you say, wow, this horse is making a big drop. Really isn't, I guess, because of how weak that horse or that race came up because of the scratches. Again, you had a horse out of condition, a horse coming off the layoff. As the longest shot on the board, I think 3 of the 4 races, the first 4 races that day, were the longest shot on the board. I think one of the other ones run later. But I'll go with Pot of Gold for second because he's still tough at 5,000. Nutsy, you talk about a horse that took late money. Nutsy was somewhere between 8 and 9 to 1. They were loading into the gate all the late money on Nutsy, and he was able to close from last to first. He didn't even break that well, and still beat that field. Just fit from the races at Tampa. I didn't think he deserved that price, but he was sharp enough to get the win. So he'll be back there closing with anything passable. and I'm going to use him for third. This feels a lot tougher when you consider how good Conformis is. I just think Conformis is the speed here, and hopefully he could go all the way. Hopefully he goes to the front end. My top choice is going to be cooked. Second race, a maiden event. This for fillies and mares, going a distance of 1.70 miles. This is a more difficult one because there's some serious question marks in this race. Malibu's Dynamite took some money last time. Actually didn't run that badly. She draws the rail. Gabby's Legacy, she's got the numbers to win here for Ronnie Breed Jr. She doesn't deserve 6-1. Goody's Girl, you talk about a horse that's well bred, could run all day. Lilith Smooth's yet to wake up this year. Sky Runner, Koa opts for this one over the 3-year-old Lake Pond Law. Shouldn't be 3-1. I'll go with Goody's Girl just on the breeding more than anything. She's made 3 career starts. And here's the thing. The first 2 career starts were on the turf. This horse isn't even that well bred for the turf, so I'm not sure what they were doing there. And she just didn't do very well. Didn't expect to do very well. I mean, she's very well bred, though. I mean, she's by Mine Shaft, out of a dam by Giant's Causeway. I mean, that's distance, and man, they should be able to run 1.5 miles on the dirt here. So obviously the best bred for a route race is Goody's Girl, and she's yet to have a route race on the dirt. So we'll see how good she is. So I'm just really looking at the breeding more than anything, and her last race isn't that bad, going 7 furlongs the first time she hit the dirt. I think she should be tough, but again, there are some question marks. The reason that they opt to come here for this maiden event. Gabby's Legacy, like I mentioned, this horse does not deserve 6-1. She's a strong player here, I would think. I mean, she was running against maiden special weights in New York and ran 4th. Added blinkers last time. I don't know if that did her any good because she dropped, and the question was it the mud or was it the blinkers that she showed more speed, a little more. For that happens a lot of time when they add the hood, is the horses get a little more focused early and tend to show more speed, and then she faded. So interesting to see if she'll show speed here. Either way, she's got the best dirt number in the field, the best dirt buyer when you go back to that 4th place finish 2 races back. So we'll see how she does today. Maybe they'll take the blinkers off if she doesn't fire well today. But I think she could run well against this competition in here, because it may have been the off track that she didn't like last time that she stopped so badly. The 5 Sky Runner mentioned, Koa got off an M. Anthony Ferraro horse to ride here. I think that tells you all you need to know. It makes you not like Light Pound Law. Sky Runner, though, ran a good second last time as the favorite. The horse that beat her was no slouch. And the other races in New York, and I know she's getting beat double digits, but she's beating horses that are behind her in tougher maiden races than this one. She may improve off of that trip over the track and wouldn't be a big surprise in here. So I went with the 3, 2, and 5 in a pretty good route race, good competitive route race in race number 2. And it's not like these horses are far above the other 3. I mean, Malibu's Dynamite certainly plays. Lake Pond's Law could improve, but again, that was her first time against older horses. But I mean, she's by Tis the Law, so you know the potential's there. Okay, third race. This is a 5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, non-winners of a race since the date, or never won for a lifetime. Scratch the closer in here, the 7 In Traffic. All right, big question mark here. She's the best horse. I mean, she was very lightly raced last year. Talking about Fast Fran, the race before that, or the year before, going back to 2023, she had a career year. I think she won an award for top claimer or top starter allowance type horse. I don't remember what the category was, but she rattled out. I mean, she was a 5 or 6 time winner back in 2023. Problem is, last year, very lightly raced. She came off the layoff, but when she was able to get an easy lead against the soft enough 11 to 9,000 claimers, she won. And she has run well. I mean, not last year, but in the past, she's run pretty decently off of the layoff. And she's just better than these horses. I mean, she's coming back for the waiver claim. Remember, the last time that she ran was for 5,000 when she dropped, and she won that day. Excuse me, beat a pretty decent $5,000 field. I know it's still the bottom, but it was a decent 5,000 field. Now she's got to deal with Thin Legs, who breaks inside of her, which, I mean, you'd love her if Thin Legs wasn't in the race, that she gets a clear, early, easy lead. That might not be the case, but at 7-2, she's worth a strong look here, and maybe she's sharp enough with some good works coming into the season that she can get the lead and keep going. At least she's got a bunch of steady works coming in here. She should be fit enough. The Florida bred, the 5, She Loves to Move, will be making her second start of the season. You know, didn't really fire that well her first start. Give her another chance today going to 5.5. If she needed that race, and you look at last year's numbers, she can beat these, and she should get a trip. You figure if Thin Legs and Fast Fran are the two speeds in this race, that She Loves to Move could sit a nice third, nice stalking trip, and get it done here. Reiterate. Yeah, it was interesting with Reiterate. I thought she was getting a little over bet. I mean, she was a favorite all the way up to the end, where obviously Jolly Miss Jill was tons the best. She should have been 1-5 in there, but they were betting Reiterate. I guess is a positive sign. It might have been the 6 furlongs, because she was right behind the early speed of Investment Grade. There wasn't a lot of speed in there. Looked like she was going to make a nice move. And then when it came down to the stretch, maybe they waited a little too long to go after Investment Grade, but she didn't go by Investment Grade. And, you know, maybe it was the 3/4. Maybe she's a one-run horse where at 5.5 she can make that move. And so she shortens up. Maybe worth another chance today. I mean, whoever was betting her last time over Jolly Miss Jill there for a while. No, Jolly Miss Jill still ended up the favorite, but just a slight favorite. And her previous start was very good. I mean, her stablemate was probably best in there and ended up second, but Mrs. Bell got, speaking of Jackie Davis, probably the best ride of the year on Mrs. Bell to get that victory. So she was right there. She's definitely a threat in here. I got her third, and, you know, Murph's been on fire. Thin Legs is the morning line favorite. Thought she might get a little overbet in here off of the second last time. But it is her first start of the year. She didn't win that day. I know, of course, it was a good horse that beat her. It was a strong day for speed. Every speed horse won, except for Thin Legs. I guess that's the negative, and maybe that's why I didn't put her first or second in here. But she did get beat by a good horse. Bonfire Diva came back to win to at least validate her performance. And it was her first start of the year. But at 4.5 on a strong speed bias, you don't win. I'm not going to come back with this one. So I'm going to go with a 4-5-2-1. But again, she could improve. She's got the numbers to win. So another one to consider using. And you probably do want to use her if you are playing pick 4s or pick 5s. Okay, fourth race, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and the late pick 5. This one has the carryover, almost carried over yesterday, but congratulations to whoever hit it at 30,000, man. The last two are kind of easy, but the first three, if you spread out enough, you got it. Somebody did. Okay, scratch the 3, Regenerator. Scratch the 6, Equanimous. Not a lot of speed in this race. I thought that Sweet Lilac could actually be aggressive here. I know one of the things is she's a little dressed up with 2 wins in a row because she hasn't beaten anything. And the numbers aren't that great, the times aren't that great. But she is getting it done, and that's the key. She is going to have to put the weight on today because you don't have Chris Elliott aboard. But, I mean, she beat a really soft group of maidens when she broke her maiden for 5. She ran gets a little better last time, but that was even a weak field for the 2 Lifetime. Again, you can't fault a horse for winning because you know what? this race didn't come up that any tougher. I mean, you talk about a horse that's getting good fortune for the quality of competition that she's had to face. Man, it's a little tougher going to the 3 Lifetime, but again, her low numbers around like a 43 buyer might be good enough to beat these horses. Again, there isn't a lot of speed. Exotis and Amalada Lady do both have tactical speed. It's almost like Exotis needs the lead and just isn't quite fast enough to get it. But Sweet Lilac actually is. I know she's been sitting and making a run, but I think she's going to be on the front line in a paceless field today. If you look back when she ran in New York, she was part of the early pace. So she does have speed, and she's in a paceless field, and that's why I'm going to give her the edge. Otherwise, I would probably normally try to beat a horse like this as the favorite, just because she's a little dressed up as far as winning 2 in a row, because she just simply hasn't beaten anything. Amalada Lady drops back to 5,000, so she could be the other one. She ran against the 11s last time, found it too tough, so drops back to 5. Now, she did have a lot of chances before finally breaking her maiden, but she followed it up with a win. So that happens a lot. You see that. These horses take so long to break their maiden. They get that confidence builder of winning, and they come back and win. So she drops back to 5,000, and she does have the tactical speed on the outside that she'll be out there with the other speed. I mean, you might have a few on the front line that do like 46 and change, and it could be a slow pace, maybe even 47 for 5.5. Then they're walking. And a horse like Sweet Lilac or Amalada Lady, they could win here. The 2 Joyful Departure, this was a head scratcher. She was one of those horses on that day where the first 4 races, 3 of the longest shot on the board won. Now, it turns out that she was with the racetrack. It was an interesting track where closers up the rail or closers up the inside won most of the races. That is rare, because normally it's if the rail's good, the speed wins, just because they don't tire, they go to the rail. But that was an interesting day. The track was a little tiring, but the rail, the inside part of the track was good, and that's why it was like that. But it did result in some long shots. Joyful Departure able to come up the inside and win that day. But she lost to Sweet Lilac and Amalada Lady her 2 previous starts. Now, again, it might have been too short for her. That was part of the issue, going 4.5 and 5 furlongs, and maybe why she won going a little further when she tried the 6 furlongs. And that had a lot to do with it as well. I mean, just the distance. I mean, these horses end up chasing going shorter, and then they go 3/4, and they can sit back and make a run and run the way they're supposed to. Well, it's 5.5 today, but again, as Jackie's healing up, you lose Jackie Davis, so I'm going to use her 3rd. She may have something to run at in here, and wouldn't be a big surprise. She won't be 37-1. Let's just say that. Again, that starts the late pick 5. Okay, 5th race, a 5,000 claimer going 5.5. Yeah, Make a Joyful Noise. She does get second a lot, so I had a little trouble picking this horse. I don't know, they really bet her. I don't know who was, because Georgie's Ladies looked like an absolute standout because she was the only speed whatsoever in that race in a short 4-horse field. They still bet. Somebody bet Make a Joyful Noise against the pace that day, and she did run well. So don't look at it like, oh, she didn't run that well, she was a beaten favorite. She ran tremendous. She was just, you talk about a horse overbet, probably the most overbet horse of the season, we'll call it that, just because you had an absolute lone speed horse who basically couldn't lose that race. I don't know how Georgie's Ladies was a 1-9, and Make a Joyful Noise went off a short price. Sometimes you got to take advantage of that. But she was part of that race I was just talking about with Reiterate, where Mrs. Bell got the ride of the year. And Make a Joyful Noise may have made the mistake of not boxing that one in, come around the turn, because she was the one that was caught wide and got out kicked to the wire. Otherwise, she would have won that day. Again, she's got more seconds than wins, but I feel like she's knocking at the door here. And again, she was against it last time because she had a lone speed winner. The big question is, what's she going to get to run at today? I mean, Echo 7 and Camus both look like they got good early speed, so she at least will have a little more to run at this race. And actually a little more distance, too. Got her on top. Echo 7, you got to think she's going to improve off of the last race. I mean, she was coming off a different surface, running for the first time on the dirt. Didn't run horribly, and you can't blame anybody for playing her. I mean, it was a state bred allowance, but she had all kinds of class coming from Woodbine. It's just a matter of the surface switch. You know, you're in those open optional claiming allowance races on the turf and the synthetic. You're going to beat our one state breds, logically, if you could take to the surface. And it is a question of whether she took to the surface or whether it was a case that she might have just needed a race. And I'm thinking she maybe a little of both. But she might be still good enough to beat $5,000 claimers on the dirt. You would think. But again, the jury's still out on whether she can fire well enough on the dirt. I mean, her number's not terrible in the slop last time. Might be still good enough that she could beat these 5,000 claimers, even if it's not her best surface. But you got to think that she's going to be fitter as well coming off that race, because it was her first race since November. Speaking of first race since November, you got Luna Loca. Luna Loca was very consistent last year. Hit the board, you know, every time we saw her when she ran for 5,000. I don't think she missed the board for 5,000. So it's hard not to use her in the number today, except for the fact that she's coming off the layoff. How well fresh she's going to run today is the question. She's got some steady, decent works. So I think she can make the number. It's just a matter of, is she the same Luna Loca that she was last year, where she almost always made a run to hit the board. Another tricky one is the 7 Camus. If Camus can make the lead, she can win here. She's 12-1 morning line. She doesn't deserve 12-1 coming off a win. I know, I mean, she did have everything her own way. I'll say that. That was another race. It was a shorter field, and they're betting My Royal Vow, and she got away from them. She was able to do 23 and 47. It was much like the Georgie's Ladies race, where she was just the only speed in a short field, and even though you could make a case that one of those other two horses might have been better than her, she had that tactical edge. So the big question here is, can she get the lead on Echo 7? Because it's dirt. Maybe. If she doesn't, she's still got, if Echo 7 stops because she doesn't like the surface, you still got to think Camus has a chance. And it is her second start off the layoff since February. And Cabercoa stays here. So I like her if she can make the lead. I don't know if she can, but she should at least be on the front line with Echo 7 if she doesn't. I think she's still dangerous, and she might even run sharper second start over the track. So I'm going to go the 4, 2, 3, and 7. Okay, 6th race. We do scratch the 9, only La Deuce. I had to change my picks because I had that horse picked second. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer going 6 furlongs. Yeah, you got a big drop. It's hard to have faith in this horse, though. I mean, Dharma was burning some money early in her career. Then they put her in the New York Oaks. She actually got a good paycheck for that race because she ended up finishing 4th. But she just could not break her maiden. She's one of those horses that sits back. She just makes a little bit of a run and not much punch on her run. And she just hits the board. Seems like she wants to go long. I don't know if her breeding's that good for going long, but her best races seem to be going long. So I'm wondering if they'll try later in the year, to go long. Well, hopefully it gets winners because I got her picked here. I think she still should be good enough going 6 furlongs to beat 5,000 maidens. But again, it's hard to have a lot of faith in her because she just doesn't have that punch. And again, there's special weights, but against 5,000s, it is a big drop in class. And it's not like she's getting beat 100 lengths. A lot of those races, she's close. It's just a matter of the class drop. I got her on top. War Terminatrix is an interesting. I was just talking about the horse in the prior race, that Echo 7, who runs primarily on turf, probably be a good synthetic horse. War Terminatrix was questionable coming here because she had run primarily on the turf. Wasn't like she was winning. She was still a maiden, but her numbers were good and better on the turf. I think she'd be a good synthetic horse. But it seems like she had to adjust to the surface. She had a troubled trip her first race over the track. Her route race was a nightmare of a trip where she got caught. Doesn't seem like she wants to be behind horses. She doesn't like the dirt kicked in her face. But she's running okay. She ran third last time, and the comment's right. It did seem like she hung a little bit in that race because I think she likes to be closer and in the race early. It just seems like that's her style. Although I'm not so sure she likes the dirt surface as much, but she might be getting acclimated to it a little more. Now she finished behind a couple horses that are running in here, Crystal, Toast of Success, but I think she can improve, making her third start of the year. And she's got a really nice post, very well situated here from a 4-post, and she's a little bit of a price. I think that she's going to be there. I'm going to use her second. Long shot that I got for third is the 7, Widow, and Widow just can't catch a break. I mean, this horse just gets bad trip after bad trip. At least she's getting closer. They tried the blinkers off her last time. Not sure if it worked or not. But again, she got some bad luck. I mean, she didn't break all that sharp, got a rough trip. It's not in the comment line, but she didn't have a very good trip. And she still ran fourth. Again, it wasn't the strongest of fields. The numbers weren't great. So it's not like if she did get a clean trip, she would have definitely won. I'm not so sure of that, but I think if she does get a clean trip here, she can make the number, and she's going to be a little bit of a price. The speed on the outside is the 12, Crystal. This is an interesting race of who's going to try for the lead. One of the things I was looking at, and one of the reasons I liked War Terminatrix, is I'd like to see this horse be a little more aggressive and at least get in a place where she doesn't get dirt kicked in her face. Her best race, if you go back, I'm looking at War Terminatrix now. Her best race was back in October when she went to the front end in a paceless field, and she ended up running second. I'm saying that because there's no speed in this race. I mean, Crystal is probably the quickest horse from the gate in this field, but she's all the way on the outside. Cruising to Win is the only other one with speed. That War Terminatrix is inside the other two that I think she goes. Now, if that doesn't happen, maybe Crystal can catch a break and she can get the lead and clear from the outside. I don't know if she's that fast. But it doesn't matter with Crystal anyway, because she'll hit the board normally against this type of competition. She's hit the board the last two against similar. She just goes a little further. So it's not like she's going to be aggressive going 6 furlongs anyway. But she's going to be out there with the early speed, and she's going to hang around for a share as she normally does. So I will go with the 8, 4, 7, 12 in a tricky 6 race. I think Chicka's Tekka's taking blinkers off. And I've been waiting for that one to fire. 7th race, a 8,000 starter, optional claiming. The starter, of course, is for the price of 5,000 or less since 2023. Looks like Flattery's Music and Violent Vixen are the two in for the tag. The rest are all in for the condition. And we get what you should get in a starter allowance race. Competitive field from top to bottom. I think this is the race. When I put up my pick 4, they're having us do those pick 4s in the morning. When I'm able to do it, I'll send them one. I did the all button in here. So it's that type of race. Now, if I do handicap the race, I want to give somebody an edge. I got to give the edge to Bayou Melody making second start of the year because I expect her to run better. I mean, it's hard to believe that she didn't hit the board against those horses last time. It's a little tougher field. I mean, you still got Bustin' Roxy in here that ended up beating her, but Bustin' Roxy was lone speed. She might be again today. Diva Banker ran a good race to beat her. I just think Bayou Melody is better than those horses and better than most of these. Well, most of them are from that race. And I could see improvement making her second start. And maybe she needed that race, first start off the layoff. We'll see. I don't love the post, but it may work out for her as long as the inside isn't such a strong advantage as it was yesterday. So, you see a track that was favoring the inside yesterday, and here I am picking the extreme outside horse. When I say I don't have confidence, I don't have confidence. But I'm going to lean towards her. Violent Vixen, as mentioned, she's in for the tag. And that's interesting because I think they waived the claim last time for the 11-9. She won. Granted, she didn't beat the best of fields in that 11-9, but she won. And that was her first start of the year. She's got numbers in the past that would dominate these. So if she moves even more forward from that race, let's say she needed that horse or race a little bit, and she still won. What does that tell you? That she's going to run better and might still win against a starter allowance field that's pretty decent. Now, I liked Bonfire Diva last time. It didn't work out for me as far as the pace flow went. I thought that she would get the lead in there, but there was another horse that was just as aggressive, and she was unable to make the front. Happens. And it was a good enough field that she wasn't going to pass him late. Kaz Music obviously got the trip, got a perfect trip coming up the inside, and was able to win the race. I know you ain't talking, but he ran a big race as well. But it also was 6 furlongs. Now, 5.5 isn't really her best distance, and that's why I didn't come back with her on top. But I think she's sharp enough, and she should be right up there with Bustin' Roxy, who you'd expect to stop against this field, that she might be able to take over in the right time, in the right place, and have a chance to win race number 7. So I'm going to go the 8, 4, and 3 in a very wide open 7th race. I mean, Diva Banker, mentioned, she beat Bustin' Roxy in a starter. She didn't run that badly last time. Again, Kaz Music was the one that got the best of the trips. Numeric is only a 2-time winner, but man, she was probably best last time. The winner just got a better trip than she did. Bustin' Roxy, if she can return to her form of last year, she gets the lead, they may not catch her. Again, Kaz Music beat these horses last time. Maybe she gets the trip again. That's how wide open this field is in race number 7. So I would spread out a lot if you're playing that race. All right, last race of the day. You scratch the 9, Frontal Vision. Because you have frontal vision, the deer. I learned that like a predator animal have the eyes in the front, and the animals that are more the carnivores or herbivores. The carnivores are the predators. They have the eyes on the side so they can see the predators coming at them. Doesn't always work because for some reason, they still get caught. Okay, last race. I don't know where I was going with that. I think horses are more of the herbivores, or the ones that are hunted. 8th race of 5,000 maiden claimer, going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Obviously, that meant absolutely nothing. Interesting race, because again, I thought the last 2 races were the most interesting and the races you want to spread the most of the card. I mean, you might be feeling good. You start off your pick 5, and then you got to play a bunch of them in the last 2. It just happens to be that way. I'll start off with Mono Imano just because of the drop. Now, he hasn't hit the board, so it's not like I'm going to get all excited that he goes from maiden special weight to 5,000. Obviously, Dharma makes the same move, but at least Dharma was hitting the board. He's got a couple 4th place finishes. I know some people call that hitting the board because of superfectas. I don't. I don't play supers, that's probably why. But this is a horse by Munnings. I have a dam by Tisnow. I mean, obviously he wants to go longer than 5.5 furlongs, but this is 5,000. And, he's dropping from a 10 at Monmouth last time. Those are open 20s. in New York, and he even started off his career on the turf against maiden special weights. So class wise, he's got a big edge on these. If there's a field, you can't go any lower unless we start running the 4,000 maidens, but you can't go any lower than 5 here. So might be a now or never for Mano Mano, especially with this breeding. He should be awfully tough in here, you would think. Gotta go on top. Now, if you know me, I don't like taking first-time starters on top in 5,000s, maidens, and any kind of maiden claimers. I don't like first-time starters, and they win a lot. So, I might be wrong on that one, but my logic is, did you misplace the horse? Because if they win by a lot, win easily, you probably should have ran at a higher level. So that's why I don't like. I mean, if they thought so much of their horse, they wouldn't run it for 5,000. But with a the horse is very well bred, and you look at the dam side. There's more route. It's a half. This is a half to Nina. What do I got? Nia Rote, who's a stakes winner. I don't know if I'm saying that one right. Also, they had a half that was stakes place on the turf. So, I mean, it's so well bred that even at the bottom, maybe he might forget that he's slow. I don't know. I don't know what, they're at the bottom. The other positive here is Andre Worry goes to this horse. I mean, you look at, he rode Saratoga Weekend last time, and he's on Solo Act today, so maybe, not sure if he had the choice or not, because Jose rode Saratoga Weekend a lot too, but I got to give Solo Act a chance here, making a first start, although I think he wants more distance. The works are slow, maybe because he wants more distance. He's just better bred. Another horse that's well bred is the one Marvelous Richard. Now, Anthony Ferraro had another one early in the season, if you remember, ran, I think it was a special weight, got squeezed a little bit to start and ran dead last. He dropped it to a maiden claimer the next start, and it absolutely destroyed the field. This one's similar. He ran against the 11-9s last time, was bet down to be the favorite, much like the other one, and now draws the rail and is in a lower maiden, a 5,000 maiden. Kind of want to look at trends? That's one of them. The dam was a $295,000 yearlings, a half to a stakes winner. You got Golden Sense as the sire. We're seeing more and more of those here at Finger Lakes, but it's a good sire. Man, he doesn't have to be much. And maybe it was the slop last time that had something to do with his demise. Sometimes horses don't take to the track. Don't discount him, I'll say that much. And then you got the 8 Mischief Exposed. It's hard to like him today. This is one of my things is, if he didn't win last time, it's hard to like him today. He is shortening up a little bit to 5.5 furlongs, but he was supposed to win last time against an easier field. I say that, though, One With Everything did come back to win out of that race. But the inside was good. He had absolutely no excuse to not win that race. Maybe the shorter distance will help. He stays at the bottom. Still got to consider him. 5-7, 1-8 in today's last race. Enjoy today's card. We got 8 of them. We got a great card tomorrow, too. Mentioned the feature race tomorrow's card. You got the 2 Deborah Breed horses that are really good. Tacony Road, who just won the stakes races, and others. It should be a real good one. That takes place tomorrow. And then we got the dinner on Friday. I'll let you know all the winners. It's the top performers of last year. You can still get tickets. You can go down to the HBPA office and ask for tickets for that event. Should be a lot of fun. It'll be right here at the racetrack in the buffet. I might have to go check that out, see if I can get some food out of it. But anyway, good card tomorrow. 1 o'clock will be the first post. I'll see you then.
Horses coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Anything Passable, with Nazario Alvarado aboard. Scratch the 2. Number 3, Pot of Gold. Jockey changed to Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4 is Nutsy. Luis Perez is the rider. Number 5, McDonough. Michael de Villa Jr. aboard. Next up, number 6, Ola Sabal. Jeremias Flores in the irons. And number 7, Conformist. J.M. Rohina partners up. Track is fast. First race in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes on a Tuesday. Track is fast. Got a field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. Seven to 5 on number 7, Conformist. 2 to 1 on number 4, Nutsy. 3 to 1, number 6, Ola Sabal. McDonough up into line, Ola Sabal, and then Conformist. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's McDonough and Ola Sabal. These two peel out for the front. Conformist outside of those two in third, a length and a half off the lead. A length and a half further to Pot of Gold in fourth, then 2 lengths back to Nutsy in second last. And Anything Passable is on the outside at the back of the pack and about 9.5 lengths off the lead. It's Ola Sabal on the engine with a half mile to go. The lead's a length and a half. McDonough towards the inside. Conformist outside, second and third. Couple lengths to Pot of Gold, who resides in the fourth spot, 5.5 lengths off the lead. Then 2 more lengths back to Nutsy, who's starting to rally a little bit and is to the inside of Anything Passable, who trails the field. Less than 2.5 furlongs to go. It's Ola Sabal. Ola Sabal has the lead by a couple lengths over Conformist, who drifts out to the outside second. Pot of Gold's in third, but at least 7 lengths off the lead as they run down to the final furlong. It's Ola Sabal on top. Ola Sabal has the lead by about 8 lengths. The battle for second. Pot of Gold slips on through towards the inside, gets second over Conformist, but a no doubt about it winner in the opener here at Finger Lakes, Ola Sabal. Pot of Gold second, and it's close for third. Maybe Nutsy over anything passable. Six, Olasabal first. Second, number 3, Pot of Gold. Photo for third. 6 furlongs, 111.04. First race official, 360 to Winning Mutual on Olasabal. Olasabal, Kentucky bred. 5-year-old dark brown gelding by Bull Doro out of Derby Eve. Frank Fumera and Come What May Racing. The ownership, Rachel Sells, the trainer, and Jeremias Flores, the winning jockey. Susan Kasner, bred Olasabal. $2 exacta, $20.60, 50-cent try, $13.62. Dime superfecta, 6341, the winning combination. Gets you back $7.10. Second race at Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 2 in about 20 minutes at 1:29 p.m. Got a claim out of the first, the 4 Nutsy. New owners Victor and Nancy Salvato. And Ilmar Loaiza. New trainer, the 4 Nutsy, claimed out of the first.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and that's 2 in a row for Olazabal for Rachel Sells. Jeremiah Flores getting that one to the front end in that sprint race. As Conformist again opted to rate, and Olazabal, thank you very much. I'll take advantage of that, and goes gate to wire and gets the second victory in a row, turning back in distance today. Horse is sharp right now. Looking at the second, and yeah, I mean, you got a couple horses on the outside that are getting some play. Lightbound Law by Tiz the Law makes her second start as a 3-year-old. Koa opts to go to Sky Runner, who certainly is a strong player in here. Got a couple well-bred horses in this race. I was looking at Goody's Girl, who is by Mineshaft out of a Dam by Giants Causeway. Man, this horse should be able to run all day. She's only made 3 career starts, a couple of them on the turf, and a couple of them at less than a mile. So, you know, she goes a little further than a mile today on the dirt, first time that she'll do that. And she may even show some speed against these horses in this race. Again, the first 2 starts were on the turf, so she has not gone a dirt mile, and today she'll go the dirt mile 70. Again, very nicely bred, Kentucky bred by Mineshaft. Should be tough. The 2-horse Gabby's Legacy, she might get a little overlooked in here. She's at odds of 5-1. She's got the best dirt buyer in the field when she went a mile. They did try the blinkers last time, and she did regress a little bit, but it might have been the off track. She gets a fast track today. They paid $60,000 for her as a 2-year-old, and you know, I think she's better than her odds say. If you just look at the numbers, she's very competitive against the maiden special weights in New York, and this should be a good distance for her. The 5-horse, as expected, is going to get a lot of play in here. She ran a good second last time, first start over the track, and she could move forward from that race. It's also a positive that Caber Koa gets off of M. Anthony Ferraro horse to ride here. Yeah, and her numbers are good running in New York. And again, she doesn't have to improve much out of that race to run well here. She's got enough tactical speed to be close. Again, got to keep an eye on how the track is. Front speed was pretty good on yesterday's card. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. Got about 7 minutes to post.
On the track, race 2. From Finger Lakes, here's your field. Number 1, Malibu's Dynamite and John Barrios. Number 2, Gabby's Legacy, Luis Perez. Number 3, Goody's Girl and Andre Worry. Number 4, Lilith's Moon, Heman Harkey. Number 5, Skyrunner, Kaber Koa. And number 6, Lippin Law. Sophia Vivez is the rider. Post time in just a few minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. 6-pack to go, mile and 70 yards. Fillies and Mares, maidens 3-2 on number 5, Sky Runner. Goody's Girl going up. Lilith's Moon. Sky Runner and Lippin Law. Two out, Sky Runner going up. Now one out, Lippin Law. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Lippin Law who's forwardly placed Goody's Girls in a hurry in between horses. Those are the two quickest early on. Sky Runner is angled to the outside in third, and then it's Lilith's Moon. Gabby's Legacy scoots on through towards the inside, going from fifth up into a joint second. Doesn't really want to go through towards the inside and challenging for the top spot, though. And at the back is Malibu's Dynamite, who's about 9 lengths off the lead. As they transition to the backstretch here at Finger Lakes, 6 furlongs to go. Lippin Law has a lead by a half length over Goody's Girl, who's prompting outside second. Sky Runner 3 deep in third, a length and a half off the lead. Gabby's Legacy sets up shop in fourth, 3 off the lead. Then a gap of about 6 lengths to Lilith's Moon, who's about a length in front of Malibu's Dynamite, who's at the back of the pack as they travel up the backstretch. It's Lippin Law who has the lead still by a half length with a half mile to go. Goody's Girl pressing on the outside in second. Then it's Sky Runner in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Gabby's Legacy trying to launch a rally in the four-path in fourth, almost on even terms with Sky Runner. Then about 8 lengths to Malibu's Dynamite and a few more to Lilith's Moon, who trails the field. About a quarter of a mile left to travel, and it's Lippin Law who gets the better of Goody's Girl. Gabby's Legacy continues that rally on the outside, now up in the second. And fourth, it's Sky Runner as they run down to upper stretch here. Lippin Law, but Gabby's Legacy wrestles that lead away from her, and it's Gabby's Legacy with 1 furlong to go with the lead by about a half length over Lippin Law, who's all out in second. Many lengths back to Sky Runner in third. Then it's Malibu's Dynamite in deep stretch. It's Gabby's Legacy. Gabby's Legacy victorious over Lippin Law. Sky Runner third, Malibu's Dynamite fourth. 2651. Number 2, Gabby's Legacy first. Second race at Finger Lakes, official $8 the winning mutual. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, Gabby's Legacy. 7th career star, lucky one for this New York bred. 3-year-old bay filly by McKenzie out of 4 score and 7. Burgermeister, the ownership. Ronald Breed Jr. is the trainer. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Michael Lewis bred Gabby's Legacy. $2 double, $32.60. Exacta, $61. 50-cent trifecta, $41. Dime superfecta, $10.22. Third race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 7, In Traffic. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. A pick 4 starts on race number 3. Post time in about 23 minutes at 2:03 p.m.
All right, horses are getting ready for race number 3. It's Gabby's Legacy, who able to stay close with that pace and wear down Lightpan's Law and get the win. That was Louis Perez for Ronnie Breed Jr. Congratulations to him. All right, starts the pick 4 in race number 3. This one goes 5.5. Non-winners of a race at date or never won 4 races for fillies and mares. You see a lot of early play on the Thin Legs. Comes off a good number last time coming off the break. The only negative I had on her was, that's not the only, she had no excuse. She was pretty much the main speed of that race. They went pretty slow up front, but she just got run down by a better horse, Bonfire Diva. Bonfire Diva was the only horse that made up any ground all day. It was a strong speed bias that day, but Thin Legs still ran well considering it was her first start off the layup. She'll go an extra furlong today, see if she can keep the numbers up. And she's had some pretty consistent form, especially when she's been able to make the front end. Hard to say that she's going to be clear in here, though, with the presence of Fast Fran. Fast Fran obviously had a big 2023. Many wins that year. She won an award for her performances that year. She was on her game. Well, last year she was very lightly raced. They only ran her a few times, and she won half of her races. So it's not like she had a bad year, but she only made 4 starts. She had 2 wins. So she's much tougher when she does make the front end. The presence of Thin Legs makes it more difficult, but she's just as fast as that rival. And if she's on her game coming off the layoff, she'll be awfully tough against this group at the $5,000 level, which she stays because she's eligible for the waiver claim. The 5 She Loves to Move should get a nice trip in here behind Fast Fran and possibly Thin Legs. And her last race probably needed. She got involved in the speed. There didn't seem to be a lot of speed in there, and it did back up, and she was one of the ones that backed up after the 22 first quarter. Again, she probably got something out of the race. She'll make her second start off the layoff, and again, she could get a pretty nice trip in here and run an improved race. She's at odds of 7-1 with most of the play on Thin Legs and Fast Fran. The other one to consider would be Reiterate. Thought that this might be a better distance. It seemed like the 6 furlongs got to her last time. She does have a better record at 5.5, considering the percentages. She was up close. It was an easier field. She was up close to the speed of Investment Grade, but just didn't go by her when it counted. And it was Jolly Miss Jill came from out of it, passing them all. So another one to consider to be in the number. Exact to try Super Daily Double Pick 3, and the Pick 4 starts with race 3 against Scratch of 7 in traffic.
Horses coming on the track, race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Let's go over the field. Number 1 is Thin Legs and Michael DeVilla Jr. Number 2, Reiterate, Christian Navarro, the jockey. Number 3 is Tasty Wave and Hemanarchy. Number 4, Fast Fran and Jeremias Flores. Number 5, She Loves to Move, Kevin Navarro. Number 6, We Don't Believe Her, and Andre Worry. And number 8 is Ramon. Emmanuel de Diego is the jockey. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Approach the gate. Fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Start of a pick 4. Inside, mare number 1, Thin Legs, current favorite at 6-5. 2-1 on number 4, Fast Fran. Tasty Wave going up. Fast Fran. She Loves to Move. We Don't Believe Her. And Ramon to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Decent start. Thin Legs for an inside post, but it's Fast Fran who's getting that early lead over Thin Legs in second. Tasty Wave emerges in third. She Loves to Move in fourth. Ramon deep on the course in fifth, 6.5 off the lead. Reiterate towards the inside in second last. And We Don't Believe Her is at the tail of the field and about 8 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn, and it's Fast Fran on top of Thin Legs. Tasty Wave in the catbird seat right behind the leaders in third, 1.5 lengths off the lead. Then 4 lengths further to She Loves to Move. Mid-flight in fourth. Ramon deep on the course in fifth, and 2 lengths to Reiterate, who's 3 lengths in front of We Don't Believe Her, who's at the tail of the field, 3 across the track as they reach the top of the stretch. Thin Legs nearest the inside has that lead over Fast Fran in second. It's Tasty Wave in third. She Loves to Move on the stand side. Ramon is in fifth. They run to the 16th pole. It's Thin Legs who opens up by 3 lengths. Thin Legs over Tasty Wave and Ramon with a late rally, but it's Thin Legs in front. Second holding was Tasty Wave over Ramon. Close for fourth. 1385. And third race is official. Thin Legs, New York bred, 6-year-old gray mare by Mission Impassable out of Thin Dress. James Aquilano, owner trainer. Michael Davila Jr., the winning jockey. LRE Racing, bred Thin Legs. 380 the winning mutual, exact at $22. Daily double $21.60. 50-cent try $67.75. Dime super $72.90. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 3, Regenerator, and number 6, Equanimus. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 5 wagering. Late pick 5 starts on the fourth race. Post time in 21 minutes at 2:33 p.m.
All right, horses are getting ready for race number 4. Thin Legs runs better today, able to hold the inside and go on to victory. Michael Davila for owner-trainer James Aquilano. Money showed, money was right. Thin Legs wins the 3rd race. That'll start off that early pick 4. Remember, the 4th race starts the late pick 5. This one has the carryover, almost carried over yesterday. If David Iola would have pulled off the upset in the last race, that one was close. But it was $30,000 winner of the late pick 5 yesterday. Congratulations. Scratch the 3, Regenerator, scratch the 6. Equanimous out of race number 4. And yeah, no surprise, early money on Sweet Lilac. She is looking for 3 in a row. Has to put the weight on today. She's going with a veteran rider after apprentice rider Chris Elliott had the weight advantage last time, and she was best. The number wasn't that great, the time wasn't that fast, but she took care of business. She still is undefeated at Finger Lakes, and she catches a pretty soft group here in race number 4, and she does have enough tactical speed, as she was flashing some speed at Aqueduct, that she might be able to hold the rail here and get the lead as far as being on the front line. We'll see. Sweet Lilac, logical horse, looking for 3 in a row. She's at odds of 3 to 4. Amalada Lady is outside, but she also has some tactical speed, and she drops back to 5,000 after running against the 11 and 9s last time and finding it too tough. And you know, you look at the race before when she was in for the waiver claim, she was able to win. She's won 2 in a row at the $5,000 level. Both of them, though, were on off track, so we'll see if she can do the same on a fast track. She never won on a fast track, and it did take her a while to break her maiden. But she has been better lately with the maiden victory, as well as the 2 lifetime victory as well. So she definitely plays in here. Joyful Departure's the interesting one. She won't be as big a price today. She's at odds of 7 to 1. She took advantage of a more tiring inside track last time. She was one of those horses that were the longest shot on the board. 3 of the first 4 races that day, the longest shot on the board won. Now, could have been the distance too. I mean, she probably preferred the 6 furlongs after trying to chase these horses going 4.5 and 5. See if she can repeat that. And it is the other question: is will she get enough pace to close on? There doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in this one. So 4th race, we start the late pick 5. Again, scratch the 3 and the 6.
On the track for the fourth race from Finger Lakes, here's your field. Number 1, Sweet Tooth Sue and Rafael Regina Jr. Number 2 is Joyful Departure and Luis Pena. Scratch the 3, number 4. Guess we'll go with the 5, Tumbles and Heeman Harkey. Number 7, Ixides and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 8, Amalada Lady and Azario Alvarado. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Paging for trainers Lou Gutierrez and Rachel Sells. Please contact the clerk of scales. Lou Gutierrez, Rachel Sells. Please contact the clerk of scales. Post time in a couple minutes. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 4. Fillies and mares to go 5.5 furlongs. 2 horses taking the majority of the money. Number 4, Sweet Lilac, 4-5. 3-2 on number 8, I'm a Lotta Lady. Joyful Departure, Sweet Lilac, Ixides, and I'm a Lotta Lady. I'm a Lotta Lady to the outside. They're all in the gate. Riders off, Sweet Tooth Sue. Back aboard. And they're off. Good start for Ixides, who sends out for the lead. Tumbles, flashing early speed. I'm a Lotta Lady in the far outside, and here's Sweet Tooth Sue at the fence, up into a joint third. Then 2 lengths back to Sweet Lilac, who's about 1.5 lengths in front of Joyful Departure, who trails the field. Half-mile to go. It's Tumbles who has the lead over Ixides. I'm a Lotta Lady outside, deep in the course in third, 2 lengths off the lead, but trying to advance. Sweet Tooth Sue towards the inside in fourth. 2 more lengths to Joyful Departure, who's out of last. And Sweet Lilac's been shuffled back to the tail of the field. Less than 2.5 furlongs to go. I'm a Lotta Lady with the advantage over Tumbles. Ixides and the red blinkers in third, as it's Sweet Tooth Sue goes wide. followed up by Joyful Departure, is going to try and skim the inside. They got 3/16 left to travel. It's Tumbles. Tumbles has lead over Amalada Lady. Joyful Departure up the inside, and then it's Sweet Tooth Sue. 16th to go. Tumbles in front. Joyful Departure up the inside late, but it's Tumbles with the advantage. Tumbles prevails over Joyful Departure. Sweet Tooth Sue third. Amalada Lady fourth. Five, 2, 1, 8. Number 5, Tumbles first. Tumbles, official winner, 780 to win. Tumbles, New York bred, 5-year-old Duck Brown mare by boys at Tuscanova out of Epinamas. Walia Samad, the owner. Julius Ashley, the trainer. Heman Harkey, the winning jockey. Paul Matisse Jr. bred Tumbles. Double 27.40, exacta 65.50, 50-cent trifecta $86.75, dime super $46.80, 50-cent pick 3 $33.50. Fifth race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and late pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 5 in about 20 minutes at 3:03 p.m. Second time, training need trainer Lou Gutierrez. Contact the clerk of scales. Second time, we're paging Lou Gutierrez to contact the clerk of scales. Paging for Anthony Ferraro, please contact the clerk of scales. Anthony Ferraro, please contact the clerk of scales.
All right, we start the final pick four of the day. Tumbles pulling off the minor upset. She took some money in that race despite coming off the layoff. The He-Man Harkey for Julius Ashley. We go to the fifth, and looking at the board, you got some early money on the 7, Camus, who figures to be the outside speed. You got the 4 horse, who's Make a Joyful Noise. Horse that I liked in here. I mean, this horse is 5-1. Was only a 4 horse field, and she ran second in that race as Georgie's Ladies, just got loose. I mean, she figured to be the only speed of the race. So Make a Joyful Noise got a lot of seconds, couple seconds in a row, but she's a strong player in here off the last race. Don't think she's going to go off 5-1, especially when they bet her last time in a short field. Echo 7 looks to be the inside speed if she handles the dirt today. She did flash some speed going 4.5 in the slop. That was her first attempt of a dirt surface, and it was an off dirt. So the question is how she handles it. This will be her second start of the year, and she's got the class. I mean, think about it. She ran against those optional claiming allowance races, even though on the turf at Woodbine, and she tried the one state bred here. And she did catch a sloppy track. So this will be the first attempt on a faster track, and it's at a much reduced level of 5,000. Would be no surprise. This is one that she could win by a lot if she takes to it. Big question, though. Luna Loca is the late runner. Luna Loca has been off since November, though, but very consistent on the board percentage when it comes to running here at the bottom. She just does not miss the board at the $5,000 level. Now, that could change because it is her first start off the layup, but you got to like the consistency of Luna Loca. Mention Camus looks like the outside speed along with Echo 7. You figure somebody like Luna Loca or Make a Joyful Noise might have something to run at in this race if they do back up at all. So good competitive race here for the 5th. We start the late pick 4. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here.
Michael Davila Jr. on number 5, Sabrine in this 5th race. Davila on number 5. And then the 8th race for number 8, Mischief Exposed, Emmanuel de Diego. Coming on the track for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Gringotts and Heman Harkey. Number 2, Echo 7 and Andre Worry. Number 3, Luna Loca, Jose Baez calling the shots. Number 4, Make a Joyful Noise and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5 is Sabrine, Jockey Change, Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Let's Maga, Christian Navarro. Number 7, Camus, Caber Koa in the irons. And number 8, Investment Grade, Carlos Camilo aboard. Post time in about 4 minutes. Do have a jockey change in the 6th race for announcing for the first time. 6th race for number 8, Dharma, Sofia Vivez. Sofia Vivez on number 8, Dharma, in the 6th race. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have made their way to the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Start of the late 50-cent pick 4. Field of 8 to go. 5 1/2 furlongs. 8 to 5, number 2, Echo 7. 2 to 1, number 7, Camus. Let's Maga. Camus. Investment grade. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start, investment grade from an outside post, dashing out for the front end. Camus goes with that one in second. Echo 7 behind the speed in third. Let's Maga. Gringotts, Luna Loca make up the next flight, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Those three about 7 off the lead. Then a link back to Sabrine in second last at a margin of 2 to Make a Joyful Noise, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the turn. It's Camus. Camus opens up by a length and a half. Investment grade is all out in second. Then about 5 lengths back to Gringotts in third. Let's Maga 4th. Echo 7 blowing the turn, losing lots of valuable real estate. Sabrine passes her. Second last, Luna Loca. And Make a Joyful Noise is at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. And it's Camus. Camus has a lead by about 6 lengths. Gringotts tries to cut into the margin in second. And then it's Let's Maga in third. Well inside the final furlong, it's Camus. Camus on top by about 6. Over Gringotts, who'll be second best to Camus. Camus tons the best. Gringotts second. Let's Maga third. 4th, Luna Loca. In the winner's circle, number 7, Camus, New York bred, 4-year-old bay filly by Greenpoint Crusader out of Shanghai Bonnie. Flying P Stable owns Ralph Del Sandro trains. Caber Koa, the winning jockey. Flying P Stable also bred Camus. $5.10, the winning Mutual. We saw prices for race number 5, race 6 at Finger Lakes, scratch number 9, only La Dus. But Sofia Vives on number 8, Dharma. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in about 21 minutes.
All right, in the paddock for race number 6, and yeah, speed's been the name of the game this week, and that was Camus' aggressive ride by Caber Koa, taking advantage of that variant and getting the win. The public was smart on that one. I think they're seeing how the racetrack is, and that one gets a victory for Ralph D'Alessandro. 6th race, and this one is a 5,000 maiden claimer, going a distance of 6 furlongs. That could be an eternity for these horses. We scratched the 9, only La Deuce. Well, Dharma might be up against it as far as how the track's been playing, but one thing you say, she does take a big drop in class as she drops all the way from main special weights to the bottom. And they thought highly of this horse. It seemed early in her career, as they tried her in the New York Oaks, you would think that her better races are going long. So you kind of wonder they didn't even try her in a maiden special weight long this year, gave up on her today and dropped her all the way to the bottom. But at this level, you got to think that she'll be awfully tough unless she's completely lost her form. But big drop, got to respect Top Bar and Dharma, but she is against how the racetrack is playing. The 4 War Terminatrix isn't, as she does have some tactical speed. Hasn't really used it the last couple of races. She hasn't been that aggressive, but she does have that speed. You notice when she did show speed back in October, on October 30th, she ran second, her best race she's run here. Now, she was running primarily on the turf, actually running every race on the turf before arriving here. So she is getting acclimated, and she's been competitive in her first 2 starts of the season against the 5,000 maiden. She's going to be a price in here. And the way the track is, she could be close, so she plays. She's at odds of 8-1. Really, the speed comes from the outside, but the post may affect whether Crystal can be out there with the speed. It is 6 furlongs, so she can get position before they hit the turn with her speed. 2 straight seconds for Crystal. She's had a lot of chances, though. She's 0 for 15 in her career, but with her running style, maybe today's graduation day, if she can get that position up early with the other speed. She's not getting much play either at 5-1. Of course, money pretty spread out. There is a 6-year-old first-time starter that's getting some play, which is kind of surprising. I think here at Finger Lakes, you have to break your maiden by age 6. Well, this is a first-time starter at age 6. Well, Cosmo Babe the Dam has 4 foals, and even at age 6, this is the first foal to race out of that dam. So it'll be interesting to see how she does. Interesting that she's taking play at 4-1. A very belated beginning to the career of Anna V for Lugu, who's got 2 firsters in here. The other's a young age of 4 making her first career start. Interesting. But she is getting some play. Widow's another one to consider. She might be up against it, although she's had trouble trips. Maybe that's why she's been so far back in her races. She doesn't break all that well, and she has encountered trouble in every race she's been in here at Finger Lakes. One of these days she's going to get a clean trip, and that would put her in the number against these horses. So that's some of the contenders here for race number 6. Obviously competitive. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
On the track, race 6, Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Aram Carliani. And Alexa Marie Centron aboard. Number 2 is Sweet Carol James and Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 3, Chick Azteca and J.M. Rohina. Number 4 is War Terminatrix and Jeremias Flores. Number 5 is Ruby's Pearl and Luis Pena. There's a 6, Cruise In to Win and Caper Coa. Number 7 is Widow and Stephen Frett. Number 8, Dharma, Jockey Change Sofia Vivez. Number 10 is Toast to Success, John Barrios. Number 11 is Anna V and Christian Navarro. And number 12 is Crystal and Andre Worry aboard. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 11 to go 6 furlongs, maiden claimers. 6 to 5 on number 8, Dharma. Sofia Vives picked up the ride. Chick Azteca next in the line. War Terminatrix. Ruby's Pearl. Cruise in to win. Widow. Dharma. Toast to Success. And Crystal to the outside. 7 to 5 on Dharma, 3 to 1 Crystal. Crystal to the outside, they're all in the gate. And they're off. Pretty good dispatch. It's Dharma who sends out for the lead. War Terminatrix. Cruise in to win, flashing early speed. Cruise in to win. War Terminatrix first and second. Sweet Carol James towards the inside third. Chick Azteca fourth. Crystal emerging in the far outside in fifth. Passing Toast to Success in sixth. Then in seventh place, that is Aram Carly Annie, followed up by Ruby's Pearl. Dharma's been shuffled back to ninth and about 9 lengths off the lead. A length back to Widow, who's about 6 lengths in front of Anna V, who trails the field. Sweet Carol James and Cruise in to win first and second. Crystal Crystal looks good on the turn in third. Now up into second, a half length off the lead, and Crystal breezing up to the outside of Sweet Carol James. Chick Azteca is in fourth and 4.5 lengths off the lead. A couple lengths back to Ward Terminatrix as they arrive at the top of the home stretch, and it's Crystal. Crystal takes over from Sweet Carol James with 3/16 to go and is clear by about 4 lengths over the third place horse, and that is Chick Azteca. Here comes Dharma on the far outside, and Dharma exploding. Dharma was far back early on, and Dharma inhaling ground, getting up for the win. Chick Azteca gets second. Anna V rallies for third, then it was Sweet Carol James. Number 8, Dharma first. Photo for second, 6 furlongs, 114.51. To the winner's circle, number 8, Dharma. Dharma, New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut filly by Good Samaritan out of Comfort Level. TLC Thoroughbreds owns M. Anthony Ferraro, trains Sofia Vives. Picked up the winning ride. TLC Thoroughbreds also bred Dharma. It's official, $7 to Winning Mutual. Daily Double, $14. Exacta, $50. 50-cent try, $86.12. Dime Super, $415.55. Pick 4 ending on race 6, 4 of 4, $55.62. 7th race from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double Wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 20 minutes at 4:04 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 7, and yeah, I mean, track has been favoring the speed types today, but that one they went pretty fast up front for the 6 furlongs for those horses, and the class came through. Dharma on the big drop in class was able to close down the middle of the racetrack and get the victory for M. Anthony Ferraro. Man, that one came from way out of it, but was able to defeat that six-year-old firster that ran pretty well, taking all the money there for the Lugu barn. All right, let's look at the 7th race. A pretty competitive starter, optional claiming allowance. Got a couple of them in for the tag. Violet Vixen, the 4 horse, is in for the 8,000, and so is the 5, Flattery's Music. The rest of them in for the starter condition here. Start off looking at the 8 horse Bayou Melody. This one, you know, a little disappointing in the season debut, but it's not like she ran that badly. Just expected better from her because of the season she had last year. This horse was on an absolute roll, winning a few in a row. She won 4 of her 6 starts in 2024, and 4 of them in to finish off the season. The one race she lost was in a tough allowance race. So, I mean, that was a really tough race that she was in. Wouldn't have expected her to win. But, you know, that start last time, maybe she needed it. Unfortunately, she's outside today, but maybe she can get a trip out there. At least when they break, she can sit right off of the speed, which comes from Bustin' Roxy on the inside and Bonfire Diva if that one decides to press. But Bayou Melody maybe can make amends for the 4th place finish last time. But what a season she had last year. See if she bounces back off of that debut. Okay, the 4, Violent Vixen. She's been running in claimers. She went in for the waiver claim, actually, as she started for the same price that she ended the year last year when she won, and she followed up with another victory. So if you go back to that race, she's looking for 3 in a row, and she did what she had to do. I mean, she made it interesting as a heavy favorite last time, but she can improve off of that race. Remember, that's her first start of the year, and she does have a back class edge on this field. She's running against much tougher when you go back to last spring in New York. So any improvement from her would make her awfully tough in this race. Violent Vixen getting some play at odds of 2 to 1. Bonfire Diva is an interesting one because you know she's going to be up there close with Bustin' Roxy. The question is more of the 5.5 distance. She's never won at this distance. I mean, she just won at 5, and at 6 furlongs, it just didn't work out for her. She kind of chased the speed. She didn't go by it, and it was the closer, Kaz Music, who got a perfect trip up the inside that ended up defeating her. But she might be in good position today, especially if she could put away Bustin' Roxy, who figures to be the inside speed of the race. Now, Bustin' Roxy actually ran well in the starter last time. She was a disappointment for 5,000 when she came off the layoff. I mean, she was sharp last year off the layoff, and she got beat by Bonfire Diva in that race. But she ran a better race last time, although she did go pretty slow for the day. I mean, she went 47 and change, and they were holding. It's just that Diva Banker was just better and ended up catch her at the short distance. So she's got to go a little further today, and Bustin' Roxy will try to steal this one, you would think. She's at odds of 5 to 1. Again, Diva Banker's got to come from out of it, so she's got to hope that they could close here. But she did win at a shorter 5 furlong distance. Last time, Kaz Music got the better of the trips, so you know maybe she could bounce back with a good effort here. They're very evenly matched in this race, so it might come down to who gets the right kind of trip in this race. I'm hoping it's the 8 Bayou Melody, that she runs a better race than she did in her debut. Now we start the last double of the day with race number 7. Exactitri Super also available. We got about 5 minutes to post. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Bustin' Roxy and Heman Harkey aboard. Number 2 is Kaz Music and Michael Davila Jr. Number 3 is Bonfire Diva, Sofia Vivez aboard. Number 4, Violent Vixen and Kaber Koa. Number 5, Flattery's Music and Rafael Regina Jr. Number 6, Diva Banker, Joel Cruz. Number 7, Numeric, Christian Navarro, the jock. And number 8 is Bayou Melody and Kevin Navarro. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Bayou Melody to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's Bustin' Roxy from an inside post setting out for the front end. Bunfire Diva flashing early speed in second. Flattery's Music 3 deep in third, but about 3.5 lengths off the lead. Violent Vixen towards her inside in fourth. Diva Banker 4 wide in fifth. Bayou Melody even further out in sixth, only 4.5 lengths off the lead. A space of 3 to Kaz Music in second last. Numeric trails the field. Entry into the turn. It's Bustin' Roxy on top of Bunfire Diva. These two duel for the top spot. They're clear by 2. Flattery's Music in a cluster of about 4 in third, as Diva Banker is outside of her with Bayou Melody, as it's Violent Vixen who skims the inside but getting shuffled. Kaz Music second last. Numeric trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Bonfire Diva on top. Bustin' Roxy attempts to re-rally. Diva Banker gets every chance on the outside. Kaz Music is next, and Numeric is closing in on the grandstand side. Lots of chances here. 16th to go. Diva Banker, Kaz Music, Numeric. It's Kaz Music and Numeric. Kaz Music, Numeric. Kaz Music to the inside of Numeric. Then it was Diva Banker in the 7th from Finger Lakes. Number 2, Kaz Music first. Second, number 7, Numeric. Third, number 6, Diva Banker. Fourth, number 3, Bonfire Diva. 5.5 furlongs, 105.86. 6:30 is the winning mutual. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, Kaz Music. New York bred, 5-year-old Dark Brown mare by McLean's Music out of Malibu Cougar. Edwin Schatzel is the owner. Timothy Murphy, the trainer. Michael Davila Jr. with a riding double today. Kaz Hill Farm, bred Kaz Music. Double, $32.20. Exacta, $43.80. Trifecta, $56.12. Dime Super, $67.55. Eighth and final, Finger Lakes. Scratch number 9, Frontal Vision. Put Emmanuel de Diego on number 8, Mischief Exposed. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time in about 21 minutes at 4:34 p.m.
are getting ready to run the last race on this Tuesday card. And, man, what a season Tim Murphy is having. Kaz Music just won the starter allowance last time, was able to get the right kind of trip today. Good job by Michael Davila, and makes it 2 in a row. Gets the win for Tim Murphy, just holding off a fast closing Diva Banker. So that one running very well again. All of those Murphy horses are sharp. All right, last race, but not least, is this one looks very, very wide open. Wouldn't want a better race for the last one to make some money. If you're playing tries and supers, this one could be a good payer. Exacta Tri and Super is offered in this maiden race. We did have the one scratch. The 9-horse Frontal Vision is out of this one. Hey, let's look at some of the contenders. You do have a drop down in the 5 Mano Imano. He has been running against the Open 20s in New York. He dropped to face basically the bottoms at Monmouth, the 10,000s there. Wasn't that badly beaten against their bottoms, and this should be even easier facing the 5,000. So can't go any lower than this. But Mano Imano, he's had his chances, but hasn't had a lot of chances at this level. He figures to be one of the main contenders, although a little cold on the board right now at odds of 9-1. And look at some of the other ones. The horse that is getting play is the 8 Mischief Exposed, and was a beaten favorite last time when dropped to this level. Was at a distance of 6 furlongs, so does shorten up a little bit, 5.5. Maybe that could help the chances of Mischief Exposed, who did get a little bit tired in the late stages. Won with everything. The horse that was second just came back to win. And Frankie R proved much the best in that race. He was in the good part of the track, though, and they didn't go that fast, so 113 and change. But maybe he could run a better race here. Obviously, he had decent form against maiden special weights, so you got to think that he could be capable against these. And it's not like he ran off the board last time. He ran third going 3/4. Probably puts him in the mix going 5.5 against these. Now, there is a couple first-time starters in here. The stronger one looks to be the 7 Solo Act out of Flash Act, who only wins were in a rout for Flash Act during her career. It does have a half that's a stakes winner, also another half that was stakes placed on the turf. Obviously not the fastest of works, probably why he is debuting at 5,000 and not getting a lot of action, especially considering the connections. He's at odds of 7-1. And speaking of connections, you got the 1 Marvelous Richard for the top trainer, M. Anthony Ferraro. Very well bred, but has not run a lick in 4 starts. So this one gets the class relief all the way to the bottom. Out of a dam that costs $295,000 as a yearling, the dam is a half to a stakes winner. No surprise going long. And by Golden Sense, very well bred, but took all the money when running at the 11-9 level last time and just didn't fire at all. Now, maybe it was the off track. Let's see if this horse can run it all today, because no excuses today at 5,000, and he's getting a little play at 7-1. Real tricky read is Marvelous Richard. See if he wakes up a little bit with the drop. Other horses to consider, you got the 2 Saratoga Weekend will take off the blinkers, was also in that race with Mischief Exposed, race that Frankie R just kind of won for fun in a sense. And again, the one that was second did come back and run very well. That was his first start of the year, so maybe with the blinkers off, he could show improvement. You could say it was a drop from the 11-9 last year, so he could run better second start, and running the second start again at 5, he should be close as well. So competitive race here for the final race of the year. I mean, you can make a case for a Knight's Courage, who ran second in the condition. 10-run rule also drops to 5,000. So really not too many you could eliminate here right away, and it could make for a good betting 8th race. Exacta Tri is super offered here. Remember, we have live racing again tomorrow. Excellent card, including an excellent feature race tomorrow. 1 o'clock is the first post.
on the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes on Tuesday. Here's your field. Number 1, Marvelous Richard and Joel Cruz. Number 2, Saratoga Weekend and J.M. Rohina. There's the 3, 10-Run Rule and Heeman Harkey. Number 4, Chicago Charlie and Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 5 is Mano y Mano, K. Barcoa. Number 6, A Knight's Courage and Jeremias Flores. Number 7 is Solo Act and Andre Worry. And number 8, Mischief Exposed, Jockey Change Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in about 3 minutes. Programs for Wednesday's card, here at Finger Lakes, now online at fingerlakesgaming.com. Wednesday's program online now and available to download. Number 4, Chicago Charlie should be listed as a gelding. Number 4, Chicago Charlie should be listed as a gelding. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Once again, number 4, Chicago Charlie, should be listed as a gelding. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes on a Tuesday. And just a reminder, we'll race tomorrow. Another, I believe, 8 race card. First posted 1 p.m. Free online programs available to download at fingerlakesgaming.com. We've got a field of 8, and it's about as wide open of a betting board as you can have mathematically in a field of 8. It's going to have some variation, but everyone's between 4-1 and 8-1 in the betting. Solo Act going up and in. Favorites at 4-1 in an 8-horse field. That's Mischief Exposed. Emmanuel De Diego picked up the ride. Mischief Exposed, the last to load up. Mischief Exposed going up and in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Great start for Mischief Exposed from that outside post. Able to cross and clear at once. Marvelous Richards up the inside in second. Then it's A Knight's Courage in third. Saratoga Weekend mid-pack in fourth. A half length in front of Chicago Charlie. One of the firsters in fifth up into the top 4. As it's Mano Imano is advancing on the extreme outside in fifth. Seventh place, 10-run rule. And then about 8 lengths to Solo Act, who trails the field. Mischief Exposed has done nothing wrong so far. 3 furlongs to go. Has a 4.5 length lead. A Knight's Courage is niggled upon in second. 3 lengths back, Chicago Charlie races in third. Mano Imanos in fourth, and 11 lengths off of the lead. And then it's Marvelous Richard who's towards the inside. 10-run rules in between horses as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Mischief Exposed comes off the turn, leading by 5 or 6 lengths. A Knight's Courage is all out in second, and then it's Mano Imano is on the grandstand side with Chicago Charlie, 16th to go. Mischief Exposed took the lead out of the starting gate and will go all the way on the front end. A Knight's Courage, Saratoga Weekend go for second. A Knight's Courage second, Saratoga Weekend third, Chicago Charlie fourth. Did have a claim in the 8th race. Number 3, 10-run rule was claimed. New owner Angel Lopez. Arcadio Lopez, new trainer. Number 3, 10-run rule claimed out of race 8. Number 8, Mischief Exposed was first. Second, number 6, A Knight's Courage. Third, number 2, Saratoga Weekend. Fourth, number 4, Chicago Charlie. 8624, 5.5 furlongs, 106.85. Eighth race is official. Mischief Exposed pays $8.10 to win. Mischief Exposed. New York bred, 4-year-old bay gunner by Maximus Mischief out of Exposure. Go to Toga Racing owns. Rachel Sells trains. Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. Go to Toga Racing, also bred Mischief Exposed. That's 2 wins on the card for trainer Rachel Sells. Daily double, $29.20, exacta $44.60, 50-cent try, $22.87. Dime super, $20.35. Pick 3, $32. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $88.50. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $586.75. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Wednesday. First post at 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.